Lord, the state will be recalling the previous witness, Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu, but a debate has arisen between the state and the defense as to the injection or the transplanting of the evidence of this witness from the evidence that was given in the trial within the trial to the main trial. We were trying to reach an agreement that the evidence that he gave in the trial within a trial, keeping in mind that the trial within a trial is a watertight compartment, that the evidence that he gave in the trial within a trial be transplanted or injected in the main trial, but we couldn't reach consensus on that point, and we just briefly want to address the court on that. In the earlier decisions, and I'm referring to the case of State versus Sitebe, the citation is 1992, volume 2, SACR 346, and is the decision of the appellate division at page 351 from paragraphs C.
Wait. Mr. Ngomezulu, have you listened to your colleague?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
So what is your decision?
My Lord, as it has been discussed that the witness will proceed from where he ended on the evidence that has been redacted, because the evidence that is tendered during the trial within the trial should be, this witness should continue by giving evidence or reading the statements that were attached on a pro forma, which were redacted during the trial within the trial.
Is that the agreement with the state?
Yes, that's
but
what.
Mr. Balu is not saying that. Mr. Pidi, what did you agree with the state, if anything?
If anything, my Lord, we did not agree, but my position is that, my Lord, since the trial within a trial was insulated, and now we are no longer dealing with admissibility, my take is that that evidence now forms part of this evidence, because he's continuing with the annexure. We go into the parts that were withheld for the purposes of the trial within a trial, my Lord. That's my understanding, subject to.
Mr. Nisi?
That is my understanding as well, and which is the reason why there's a point where you want to take up the witness on this evidence in the trial within the trial. There's nothing that bars us from doing.
You want to take up something with the witness?
Yes.
In a trial within a trial?
In the evidence that he proffered in the trial within the trial, you can still go back to his evidence in the trial within the trial to take up him on this issue.
Yeah, fine,
The reason why that evidence will basically form part of the main trial.
Which evidence are you talking of?
I'm talking about the evidence.
The pro forma evidence?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Mumalu?
Thank you, madam.
That the court has made a ruling.
Hello?
The court has made a ruling about the admissibility of the statement, so it is for the witness to continue from where he ended on the last occasion. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Mshololo?
Thank you, my Lord. My Lord, also to add on that, it's that in the pro forma itself, my Lord, you'll recall that there were other paragraphs which were blocked.
Yeah.
And then now they have to be revealed and read into the record. That's the procedure that we need to follow from now onwards, my Lord.
Okay.
Thank you, my Lord.
What are you saying?
Well, we are saying, my Lord, that there has to be some sort of an agreement that the evidence that was given in a trial within a trial of a specific witness be injected, be transplanted in the main trial so that this witness doesn't have to repeat what he testified to. Must keep in mind, as Mr. Ramusipili mentioned, that trial within trial is watertight, is insulated. So basically we're starting now on a clean slate, and it's crucial that, and this is what the authorities are saying, that, you know, there has to be, you know, that
Yeah,
agreement.
just read those authorities as you say.
Yes.
You say
Yeah, starting with Sitebe, my lord,
Yeah.
1992, volume 1, SACR 346, the decision of the AD at 351 C to D. This is what, this was
who were
the,
the judges there?
yes, the judge was Van Heerden, Ninaber, and Nicholas, AJA. Initially, they laid down a very straightjacket approach, and in paragraph C to D, they held as follows: in principle, unless the parties stipulate to that effect, neither the defense of the accused nor of the state witness given during the trial within a trial ought therefore to be injected in the main trial. So in other words, they say there has to be, you know, an agreement to that effect.
So that includes even the pro forma evidence.
Indeed, my lord.
Yeah, because
Yes.
that is, if you want to be fancy, it's res judicata.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, but this approach was later watered down, my lord, in the very same SCA in the matter of State versus Nhlengetwa.
Thank you, okay.
It's
Which year was it? Thank you.
1996, volume 1.
Yeah,
We'll remember the Sitebe was earlier in 1992. So 4 years later,
yeah.
in the matter of State versus Nhlengetwa, 1996, 1, SACR,
Page.
at 737,
Yeah.
and here the bench was Appeal Judge Smallberger, Grosskop, and Narams. And they held as follows. I'm reading from the head note at the bottom of the page. In SD Fries 1989, volume 1, SA 228, appellate division decision, it was held that an accused evidence during the trial within a trial could not be held against him in determining his guilt.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
No, fine.
This does not mean, however, that those parts of the state's evidence relevant in respect of guilt and which had been presented before the full court cannot also be taken into account. We go on. If a trial is conducted by either a judge alone or a magistrate, it is nonsensical and a waste of cost, time, and energy to repeat evidence which was presented during the trial within a trial at the end of such trial within a trial. So in other words, my lord, they say it's not necessary to repeat the
Those are 5 judges. 3.
3.
3. Arams also.
Yes.
That's what the law says. Now, I'm surprised Mr. Mnisi says there are issues which he wants to take up with the kennel regarding his evidence in the pro forma. Is that what you're saying, sir?
Basically, the process here is, and the court would remember that.
No, let's, is that what you're saying? You want to cross-examine, re-cross-examine this witness regarding the pro forma. Let's not complicate the law.
What I'm saying, my lord,
Yeah.
is if there are aspects that this witness testified about
Where?
in a trial, within a trial, on the performer,
Right?
and I want to take him up on them,
No.
I am welcome to do that.
No, you're not. Quote me the authority. I can Adjourn, quote me the authority.
That's the procedure.
Yes, quote me the authority. He's been quoting the authority. I don't know that procedure.
Otherwise, that is going to be very irregular.
No, quote the authority.
I might not have an authority now, but that's the
No,
procedure.
I'll adjourn. How many days do you want? I'll adjourn. Quote the authority.
Okay, no, it's fine.
No. You can't make a statement about the law, and when the judge says quote the authority, you say, no, it's okay. Sir, Mr. Balui, do you know of that authority? Which says you can again cross-examine this witness concerning the pro forma, after having done so.
Yes, yeah.
Hello?
Well, there's that case of Krecher by Judge Lamont, which says the court should adopt a somewhat flexible approach. It will be up to the court to decide whether it allows such cross-examination.
So that judgment was written by Lamont.
Yes, in the Krecher case.
Do you have it here?
I'll be able to look. I don't have it at hand. But
Do you have any judgment besides the judgment of Lamont?
No.
You're sitting alone.
No, I don't have any other judgment, my lord.
Do you have any judgment?
No.
Either even if it's in Namibia
No.
or even in Zimbabwe, which says
No,
exactly what Mr. Mnisi is saying.
no. I'm not aware of, except for this one that I've quoted.
Okay, let's hear the other authorities.
Yes, continue from where we left off. There's that other matter of State versus Bakani and others.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
It's 2017, Volume 1, SACR 576. This matter went on appeal, and
Before Preller.
the SCA did set aside the judgment on the merits. However, some of the principles that were distilled remain in place. For instance, on page 582, paragraph 20, the court says the following: as it is usually happens in matters of this nature, the parties in casu agreed that the evidence led by the state in the trial within a trial will form part of the main trial to circumvent a situation where the witness would have to lead the same evidence
Yeah, that's the law I know.
and be subjected to cross-examination
Yeah.
again. Yes, I think just underscores
Yeah.
what
I've
the,
never heard of that. Never, ever.
what
Been in
the-
the criminal courts donkey years. Okay,
Yes. Then perhaps the last case then is that one of State versus Muchindu.
yeah, that's
yeah.
where he says sometimes you can't differentiate between the evidence, which, just read it also.
Yes.
Because Mr.
It's
Ngumalo
two-
once read it.
It's 2000, Volume 2, SACR 313.
Yeah, what does it say?
Shoots
Shoots, yeah.
Day, yes. It says, and I'm just reading the headline, the head note: it is not necessary for evidence which has already been led in the main trial to be led in a trial within a trial. If the parties wish to refer to such evidence, and the court is entitled to rely on such evidence. And then on page 317, at paragraph H, he says, accordingly, I rule that during the course of this trial within a trial, reference may be made to evidence already led in the main trial, and that the court is entitled to rely on such evidence as may be appropriate. My lord, he's just saying that,
The opposite.
yeah,
That is permissible. Where,
he's
for
holding
instance, the colonel says I was born in 1920.
yes. And
Then you
just,
can come in the trial within the trial, that evidence can be admissible.
yes,
It's the other way around, because that is the merits being infused
yes,
into the evidence in the trial within the trial, where it is common cause.
yes, yeah.
Okay.
And then lastly, the author Himstra criminal procedure at 2462,
2462.
yes, 2462,
What's the hint, sir?
in the heading repetition in the main trial of evidence given in a trial within a trial, he says, when there was a trial within a trial, those parts of the state evidence which are relevant to the main trial can be taken into account without being repeated. Says it is an unnecessary waste of money to repeat that evidence
fine.
in the trial. Then he quotes the decisions of Nhlengetwa as well as Muchindu.
So basically, those decisions are saying that what has transpired in a trial within a trial, meaning including the evidence which was led in the pro forma by the person who ultimately writes down the statement or the confession.
Yes.
And he or she has been cross-examined. So are you saying they're saying there is no procedure which says he must also be cross-examined on the evidence led within a trial concerning the pro forma?
Yes, that is the effect of the
Yeah, that's how I
judgment
understand the law.
that we refer to.
Yeah,
Yes.
but it happens with
That
any,
we
he doesn't have to be in a trial within a trial. It happens, as Mr. Ngomezulu can tell you, it happens with any evidence. Once a witness has been cross-examined, you can't cross-examine him again unless you get a special dispensation from the court and unless there's a just cause which you present.
Yes.
Okay, what
Okay,
else?
then just finally, the writer, Ditoi,
Tell you, what does he say?
and others' commentary on the criminal procedure at 2466H
Yeah,
poses the question, if an accused evidence during the trial within a trial cannot be held against him in determining his guilt, that is
yeah,
now in the
you can't.
trial in the main trial, does this mean that those parts of the state's evidence relevant to his guilt can also not be taken into account? Then the writers say no, said the court in S versus Nhlengetwa, provided such evidence has been presented before the full court, including the assessors where they're sitting with the judge. It would be nonsensical and a waste of cost, time and energy, said the Harams JA, to repeat evidence which was presented during the trial within a trial at the end of that procedure. He recognized that such a step might be a deviation from existing practice, and he also refers to the case of State versus Bakani and others, where the majority referred to Nhlengetwa's case in holding evidence adduced by the state at the trial within a trial to be admissible at the main trial for the purpose of confirming the confession. So in short, my lord, our contention is that the evidence of the witness who have been recalled, because basically this witness is being recalled, he's already testified.
That's it, yeah.
And I think that is the effect of the
law.
The submission by Mr. Ramsepeli and Mr. Ngomezulu that
Yes.
they continue from where they left off.
Yeah,
But
that's
just,
what the law says.
yeah, but just to avoid any uncertainty in this regard, we submit that the evidence of this witness on all those witnesses who have been recalled or to formally be injected or transplanted in the main trial.
Okay. Any response from any person, any counsel? Mr. Ngomezulu, you stand by what you said.
No response.
Mr. Ramsepeli?
As the court pleases, my lord, I hear the authorities and I cannot off the top of my head because the one that I had was the Kreischer one. Because
Which one?
I've got it here.
Which one?
The Kreischer matter. But my concern, and I concur with Mr. Muniz, is this. There were certain parts in the pro forma that were redacted that the witness that's been recalled was never
They never
cross-examined
testified
on.
on them.
So we leave them as
Yes.
that. Then I'm indebted to the
Even
court.
this court,
Yes.
you all refused for this court against the law. You refused that I should know what is redacted. You remember?
No, I'm
You remember
indebted.
that? You refused, and I said, okay.
Yes.
I even quoted case 1952, quoted an SAA case of 1952 which says I can and I should, but I just abided with what you were saying.
No,
Now,
we-
those redacted parts, he was never permitted to read them,
Yes.
and they were never read, so he's not going to read them.
Okay. No, I'm indebted to the court.
Yeah. Okay, let's start. Can you swear the witness in again?
Your full names and surnames.
Moali Solomon Rappad,
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
no.
If so, do you swear that the evidence you shall present in this court will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing else but the truth? If you do, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Witness sworn in, my lord.
Sorry, the interpretation, do you want it to be interpreted line by line, or do you prefer the witness to first read everything and thereafter it should be interpreted? I'm asking,
My lord, so Mr. Mgogo, I see the two-pager, my lord. So if you can read the whole content, then
Then
the
it's okay,
interpretation.
fine.
then it is.
all right, okay, go on, Mr. Baloyi.
As the court pleases, my lord, just for the convenience of the court, we've again made copies of Exhibit HH, which is not redacted. I've also given my colleagues the copy that is not redacted.
Yeah, me, it's the first time I see this document. Okay,
There was one paragraph, my lord, that was redacted and that was not put in record, but the court has ruled that that part cannot be put on record.
no, just repeat what you're saying.
There
It was
was,
redacted.
yes, there was one paragraph that was excised from the previous exhibit that
Yeah.
was handed up. That paragraph has not been put on record.
That it was redacted.
Yes,
In other words, this witness did not
testify about it.
justify on it.
Yes.
Yeah, put it on record so that if this
Yes,
case
but-
goes anywhere
yes,
else.
because now that the statement has been ruled admissible, we submit that that portion need to be put on record.
Okay. Yeah.
I think my colleague is just trying this because the court has just ruled that any redacted part
Yeah, that's what.
that should have been read into the record earlier on in the trial, within the trial, cannot be read into the record now. That was the earlier ruling of the court.
You're talking about the statement of the pro forma, sir.
The pro forma, my lord.
You're talking about the pro forma.
Yes, I'm talking
See,
about
you're
the-
talking at cross purposes.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mnisi is talking about the actual statement, is that
No,
it?
I'm talking about the pro forma.
Oh, yeah, no.
Yes.
What he never read can be read.
Exactly, yes.
What he never read. You can put it on record that if he read it, but he has never read it.
Yes. No, as I mentioned, we did remove that part
You removed it.
until the admissibility, and the reason why we removed it was that we waited for the admissibility of the statement to be determined. And now that the admissibility has been determined, our submission is that that part now ought to be put in record, because now that would mean the court would never know exactly what stood in the preamble if certain portions are not put in record. That is
Did
our
you agree?
submission.
Did you agree, all of you?
Well, yes.
My Lord, I would like to agree with the state in that regard, my Lord, because when you're talking about the evidence of this witness and those paragraphs that were blocked, so it means, my Lord, they will not form part of the evidence if they are not revealed and read into the record now, my Lord.
Mr. Ngumalo, do you agree with your colleague?
Yes, I do agree.
That Mr. Mnisi is differing. Are you agreeing?
No, I'm not differing, my lord. That was actually my initial argument.
Okay.
That
Mr.
was
Rapele?
actually my initial argument, but I was a little bit, when the court said that the information that is redacted, that is in the volume form, should not be read out now, then that's the reason why I said the state cannot make that application because the court will already ruled on it. But the procedure,
But you see, that's, yeah,
everything must then be read.
I hear you. You see, I wasn't there when you agreed.
No, there was no agreement.
He says there was an agreement.
No.
Mr. Maloi, was there an agreement?
It is about excluding certain portions.
Then they will be excluded.
Yes,
And
until the decision on admissibility. But now that admissibility has been determined, then we go back to those parts that were,
Is that the agreement you
Noted.
had with your colleagues?
yeah.
Hello?
Well, that was the import of the discussions, you know. I don't want to put it higher than, you know, that was a discussion. But if my learned friends are at idiom with that approach, we can just simply go ahead and put those portions on record.
My Lord, can I make just one submission, my Lord?
Yeah.
My Lord, for the sake of progress, my Lord, I'm just appealing with the court that we just let the witness to go through with this document, my Lord, the way the state is intending to do in this
Are
document.
you all agreed on that? All of you? Are you all agreed on that? You said you're acting as a team. Are you all agreeing with Mr. Msololo when he says that should happen?
I agree with Mrs. Msololo.
Mr. Ramsey,
I do agree, my lord. Thank you.
you agree?
Yes.
And Miss, you agree also now?
My lord, it's not a question of me simply agreeing. That simply means those parts which were redacted, that this witness was not cross-examined on, we should be given an opportunity to quiz them in an event that we have questions on them.
Okay, yes. You can proceed, Mr. Maloi.
As the court pleases us, I don't know if my learned friends want to say something, but Lieutenant Colonel Mboto, you've already given evidence regarding Exhibit HH.
Is that Mboto?
I'm sorry, Colonel Rapadi.
Yeah. Yeah, it's already being sworn in again.
Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu, you've already given evidence regarding Exhibit HH. I just want to refer you to paragraph 15.1, which was redacted. It appears on page 4 of Exhibit HH. If you can just put that on record, paragraph 15.1.
Are you still prepared to make a statement? I would like to know your source of information regarding the proposed statement you wish to make. And then the accused response was, I was involved in the crime scene.
Manje ke usuke waphana ngobufakazi manje kunalapho kazanye ungaphananga ngaloko bufakazi. Ngicela ungifundele lapho ku 15.1 ithi ke usazimisela ukuthi wenze istatement wena ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi lolo lwazi uluthathaphi ukuthi ngizoqhubeka ngalesi statement bese impendulo ize ithi mina ngangiyingxenye yalokwenzeka kwaleso sigameko.
Thank you. If you can then turn to page 5 of Exhibit HH. Paragraph 17, you've already put the contents of paragraph 17.1, 17.2. If you can just perhaps read once again 17 just to give context for the record, paragraph 17, then proceed to 17.3.
Since it appears that the deponent is in his sound, sober senses, he had not been unduly influenced thereto, understand his rights as prescribed by Section 35 of the final Constitution, and freely and voluntarily wishes to make a statement, he is informed that he or she may now proceed.
Njengoba ke umsolwa yena eseka azisi ebonakala ukuthi wayekade ekumqabango olungile, yena ke manje akazange aphoqwe futhi uyazwisisa amalungelo wakhe ukuya ngomthetho sisekelo owalapha eMzansi Afrika. Yena uzimisele ngokwakhe ukuthi angayenza istatement leso futhi uyacebiswa ngokuthi kuzoyenzakalani uma eqhubeka.
Yes, you can then proceed to the annexure itself. And maybe just before you put the contents of the annexure, can you just maybe give a background? How did you go about taking down what is stated in the annexure?
My Lord, I made sure that the accused person understands. The first thing that I've explained him was his right, just as a matter of remembrance.
Ngaphambi kokuthi uthathe lesi statement wenzeni uthi ngiyenze isiqiniseko sokuthi umsolwa uyazwisisa amalungelo wakhe ukumkhumbuza nje.
I made sure that he's of sober mind.
Ngengayenza nesiqiniseko sokuthi yena wayekade umqondo wakhe wawukade ulungile.
And the statement was made voluntarily.
Nokuthi lesi statement yena usenze engaphoqwanga.
Without any undue circumstances.
Engazange ethenjiswe mhlawumbe into ethize noma angazange atshelwe into ethize.
Yes, we'll proceed.
It's then that I started sitting down with him, going into the statement itself.
Kulaye ukuthi ke uKennel uye wahlala phansi naye waqhubeka ngaleso statement kusona engena odabeni.
Yes.
Can I read the contents thereof?
Yes.
Which I took. He first explained me the statement, and then later on, I went on to say, now I'm writing, paragraph by paragraph. I mean, sentence by sentence.
Umsolwa ke uqale watshela uKennel istatement ngemva kwalokho uKennel wamtshela ke ukuthi sengizobhala yonke into ewungitshela yona njengoba ungitshela yona ngizoyibhala ngale ndlela.
Then we started. I, Bongani Sandis Runtanzi, 30 years of age, 3125 Freedom Park, 2, Rustenburg states the following in Zulu and translated into English, that.
Yeah, just a minute now. Those details that you mentioned there, the name, the age, the address, where does that come from? Where did
No.
as a court, please.
No. The procedure is this witness must read
Yes.
what he wrote down. It doesn't have to be cross-examined. asked.
It was just a clarification, my
No,
lord,
no,
but that is fine.
That's not what the law says.
We leave it at that, yes. Yes, just read it as it is.
During mid-October 2014, I received a call from a friend, Mtoko Sizeni, who was with Mapisa. He informed me about an urgent work that needs to be done and they need my assistance.
Just a minute.
Mr. Ramsky had said the witness should read the whole statement, then I will interpret after.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
He informed me, okay, I think I'm done with that.
Yes.
Carlos was nearby as I could hear his voice in the background. I promised to assist and I decided to leave for Johannesburg. I then left for Foslora's men's hostel. I then met with Muzi Sibia, Sifiso Zungu, also known as Nkani, who initially gave the inside information. Later, Carlos Buthelezi and Mapisa joined the gathering at the hostel. I was briefed that the person to be eliminated or killed was Senzo Meyiwa, and the matter is initiated by Kelly Kumar, who was going to make a payment for the whole job. We were positioned accordingly that Nkani will be the driver, Moses Sibia will be the guard, and myself and Carlos will get inside Kelly's house. Mapisa will be outside as a backup, and surveillance was conducted. Sunday at about between 1900 and 2000 hours, we then proceeded to the address. I went in with Carlos and others took their positions as discussed during the planning. When we entered the house, Carlos shouted in Zulu, "Phansi, imali ne my cell phone." I started collecting cell phones and cash that was in the container. While I was still busy, Senzo jumped to Carlos and the struggle ensued, where one shot went off and the second shot hit Senzo as the firearm was pointed at his chest. I ran out with the money and the cell phone, leaving Carlos behind. While Mapisa ran into the house, I then proceeded directly to the silver Polo was parked. I waited in the car with Nkani. Within a short period of time, I was joined by Carlos, Musi Sibia, and Mapisa. We then left for Foslora's hostel. Carlos took the cash and the cell phone from me at the hostel. At the hostel, I received an amount of 15,000 cash. I then left with Nkani to Johannesburg, where I slept over. The following day, Nkani took me to Davidton, where I stayed from some days. Nkani later returned and took out an amount of 30,000 and gave me. He further directed me to the taxis to my residence. As there was a dissatisfaction about the money, it led to a meeting to be held in the homelands at Ematlatini. It escalated to such an extent that Musi Sibia had leaked information about the incident, murder of Senzo Meyiwa. Njabulo and Lulama had an argument with Musi Sibia, whereby a meeting was convened by the family headed by Musi's father. He told them to keep quiet about the incident of the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. The family agreed about the conspiracy to keep quiet about the incident. The matter was never reported to the police. I then left for Carltonville, later to Rustenburg.
Nasike istatement esifundwa uKenneth. Lesi statement sika Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi bekade eneminyaka engamashumi amathathu ehlala e3125 Freedom Park 2 Rustenburg. Yena uye washo lezi zinto ezilandelayo ngesizulu ezabhalwa zatolikelwa kwesilungu. Phakathi kwenyanga kaOctober ku-2014 ngiye ngathola ucingo kumngani wami uMthokoziseni obekade enomaphisa. Wangicebisa ukuthi kunomsebenzi osheshayo odinga ukuthi wenziwe, kudingeka uncedo lwami. uCarlos bekakhona eduze njengoba bengade ngikwazi ukuzwa iphimbo lakhe emuva ekhuluma. Ngiye ngathembisa ukuthi ukunceda, ngathatha isinqumo sokuthi ngisuke ngiye eJohannesburg. Ngafika eFosloras ehostel yamadoda. Kulanye ngahlangana noMuzi Sibiya, Sifiso Zungu owaziwa futhi ngegama likaNkani. Ebaye siyesahlangana esangweni banginika ulwazi. uCarlos Buthelezi noMaphisa baye bafika baba nathi ehostel. Ngiye ngatshelwa ukuthi umuntu obekade kwamele asuswe kwakade kuSenzo Meyiwa. Leyo ndaba indaba ekuthi ize ngoKheli Khumalo obekade eyokhokhela ngalo msebenzi wonke. Siye sahlala ngendlela ekuthi sahlela ngendlela ekuthi uNkani wayekade ezoba umshayeli, uMuzi Sibiya uzoba unogada, mina noCarlos sizongena endlini yakaKheli, uMaphisa uzoba ngaphandle njengomuntu ozabe esisiza noma ezabe esebenza umsebenzi phecelezi we-backup. Futhi kuzoba nomuntu ozabe ebheki leya ndawo leyana. Ngesonto ngabo 7 ntambama noma ngabo phakathi ko7 no8 ntambama ithema saya kulelo Kheli ebesikade sinikwe lona. Mina noCarlos nabanye siye sahlala kuyindawo lezi bekade sihlele ukuthi sizoba kuzo njengoba sasikade sikhulumile. Siye sangena endlini, uCarlos washo ngesizulu wathi phansi imali nama cellphone. Mina ngiye ngaqoqa ama cellphone nemali ebezikade ziphakathi kwecontainer. Ithema kusaqhutshekwa kanjalo, uSenzo waxhumela uCarlos balwa la ikuthi kuye kwaba nokudubula. Inhlamvu yesibini yadubula uSenzo njengoba isibhamu sasikade sikhonjwe kuye. Njengoba isibhamu sasikade sikhombe kuye esifubeni. Ngiye ngagijimela ngaphandle nemali nama cellphone, ngashiya uCarlos emuva. uMaphisa wagijimela endlini Mina ke ngiye ngagijimela kwimoto iPolo esilver labe ibekade ipakwe khona. Ngalinda emotweni nonkani la ikuthi ngemva kwesikhashanyana siyesa uMaphisa uCarlos noMuzi noMaphisa bayebeza bazoba nathi. Sahamba ke saya eFosloras ehostel. uCarlos wathatha imali nama cellphone kimi. Ehostel ngiye ngathola imali elingana no 15,000 rand. Bese ngahamba nonkani siya eJohannesburg la ngiye ngalala khona. Kwilanga elilandelelayo unkani uye wangithatha wangisa eDaveyton la ngiye ngahlala khona amalangana. Unkani ngemva kwalokho wangithatha wanginika unkani wabuya wanginika imali elingana no 30,000. Bese ke wangithatha wangisa emateksini walabe ngade ngihlala khona. Njengoba bekade ngingenelisekanga ngemali kuye kwayenzeka ukuthi kugcine kube nomhlangano emakhaya emahlathini. Kuye kwenzeka ukuthi uMuzi Sibiya uye wakhipha ulwazi ngaloku bulawa kuka Senzo Meyiwa. Unjabulo noLulama, is it Lulama or Lule? Unjabulo noLulama baye baba nengxabano noMuzi Sibiya la ikuthi kwakade kunomhlangano womndeni wakhe obokade uhanjiswa ubaba kaMuzi Sibiya. Yena ke kula uye wabatshela ukuthi bathule ngalokubulawa kuka Senzo Meyiwa. Umndeni wavuma ukuthi bazogcina leyo mfihlo. Lelicala alizange lazisiwe emaphoyiseni. Mina ke ngiye ngahamba ngaya eCarltonville ngemva kwalokho ngaya eRustenburg. As the court pleases, thank you, my lord. I have just interpreted the statement. The accused shakes nods their heads to show that they have understood that.
Okay. No, Lieutenant Colonel, there are some signatures at the bottom and a thumbprint. Can you just explain that?
Yes, the signatures belongs to me and the accused person. The thumbprint belongs to the accused person too.
Kuna la kusayinwe khona la phansi ngemva kwale statement ake uchaze ukuthi ubani osayinile futhi nesithupha esikabani uthi signature enye yeyami enye eyakamsolwa futhi isithupha esabekwa lapho kwakade kwesakamsolwa.
Yes, and on the previous page, page 6, there appears signatures as well. And a thumbprint, can you just explain them?
The signatures belongs to me and the accused person's thumbprint.
Nakwile page le eyokuqala la kufundwe khona istatement page 6 kuna la kusayinwe khona nesithupha ezakabani uthi yimina ongisayinile nomsola wasayina wabeka nesithupha sakhe.
Can you just explain which one is your signature and which one is that of the deponent?
My one is on the far right at the end of the page, and his is the one on the left next to the thumbprint.
Manje ke kuthiwa achaze ukuthi yena usayine phi ubonisa ukuthi yena usayine la ngakwesandla sokudla umsolwa yena usayine ngakusandla sosinxele eduze kwesithupha sakhe.
If you can then turn to page 5, paragraph 18.1. You've already put that on record, but just for the sake of clarity of the record, can you just once again put that on record.
Note down whether he also reads through the statement. The comment was yes.
Lapho ke kuye kwabhalwa lapha ku page 5 ukuthi bala phansi ukuthi uye wafunda istatement na kuthiwa yebo, impendulo yakhona kube uyebo.
Yes, the statement was read back to him,
Yaphinda
and because he got an elementary education that he can read and understand the English. Later, I gave him the statement to him, and he read through, and he started. I said to him, he must sign if he agrees with the contents thereof.
manje ke uyaphinda uKennel uthi istatement lesi njengoba ukuthi sibhalwe ngesingesi ngoba uNtanzi unalo ulwazi oluthize lesingesi uye wamnika istatement wathi nasi istatement ungasifunda nawe uma uqeda mase seweneselekile yonke into ebhalwe la kule statement ungasayina kula uNtanzi ewenza njalo wafunda makaqeda wasayina.
Yes. Just read paragraph 18.2, just put that on record. And the rest of the paragraphs.
Has the statement been read back to the deponent by you and the interpreter? Yes. I was standing in as his interpreter.
Istatement siyesafundelwa umsolwa we netolikina uthi impendulo kube uyebo wa uyasho uKennel ukuthi yena uye wathatha futhi nesigaba sokuthi kube utoliki.
Yes, paragraph 19.
The following questions are now put to the deponent. Are you satisfied that which you stated has been noted down correctly? The response was yes, and then
Impe kuyabuzwa ke ukuthi wena waneselekile na ukuthi istatement sibhalwe kahle impendulo ithe yebo.
do you have any complaints as to the manner in which I took down this statement? No.
Unesikhalazo ngalendlela emina ngithathe le statement ngaso uthi impendulo ithe cha.
Are you satisfied with the interpreter? Yes.
Weneselekile futhi nangotoliki uthi impendulo ithe yebo.
Place was Moroka, 2020-06-19, 11:47.
Lesi statement senziwe eMoroka ngonyaka ka2020 inyanga yaka June nge19 isikhathi kwakade ku11:47.
He put his signature there and his thumbprint, and then I put my signature on the other side.
Bese ke umsolwa uya signa laphayana wabeka nesithupha bese uKennel naye wasayina.
The thumbprint underneath is his.
Nangaphansi kunala ayibeke isithupha futhi yesakhe.
God, please, my Lord, will request that the annexure be handed up as an exhibit, as part of exhibit HH. We can mark it exhibit HH in brackets 1.
One. Yeah, but the Kennel is not yet through reading.
Yes, we'll get to the other aspects, my Lord. If you can just turn to page 6. And if you can just maybe put that on record as well.
Observation of the Justice of the Peace with regard to the deponent. Clothing. Clean blue jeans and Impala Platinum lumber. Appearance. Calm and responsive. Attitude. Good and at ease.
Manje-ke,
Spontaneous? No, there was no response. I didn't write anything there.
manje-ke kuyabhekwa ukuthi ngemva kokuthi noma uKenneth uma ebheka ukuthi wawukade unjani untanzi wayekade enjani impahla zakhe zasikade zingangcolanga wayekade egqoke ijini eblue nelamba ye-Impala Platinum wayekade ebonakala kuumuntu ongathukanga futhi ebekade ephendula imibuzo makukhulunywa naye futhi kwakade kuumuntu oziphathe kahle engathukanga.
And have you explained these signatures?
The signature of the Justice of the Peace is my signature and my full names. Here underneath the signature and the thumbprint on the far left is his, and on the right is my signature.
Uye wasayina yena njengomuntu ozimele ongaphenyi kuleli cala phecelezi uJustice of the Peace wabhala futhi negama lakhe namagama wakhe nesibongo kuyabonakala futhi nokuthi untanzi usayinile wafaka nesithupha sakhe bese futhi uyasayina futhi uKenneth.
Thank you. You've already put your evidence on record regarding the preamble, Exhibit HH. We're not going to repeat that. Do you confirm the correctness of the Exhibit HH1?
Correct, my lord.
Manje okuningi bese sokwenzile ngeke sisathu kuphinde wena uyavuma ukuthi lesi statement lesi siyiqiniso uthi yebo uyavuma.
We've already put on record the proficiency in the languages that were used. My lord, we beg leave to, as indicated, to hand it the annexure as Exhibit HH in brackets 1.
You say it's HH.
Yeah, HH in brackets 1.
Oh,
The
HH
annexure.
in brackets 1.
Yes, the annexure, the statement itself.
Yeah, okay, I hear you.
And with the permission of the court, if I can just ask two questions outside the statement itself. On page 6, your observation that the clothing is clean. It was put to the witnesses that the accused had not had a bath from the 16th of June 2020. What is your comment?
No, I will disagree with that.
Wena
On the day in question, the accused was brought to me. He was so clean that he was shining. So I didn't want to just write an exceptionally, but he looked like somebody who's working from somewhere. He was clean, my lord.
Colonel ubale ukuthi uma umbheka umsolwa ubone ukuthi wayekade elungile neimpahla zakhe zasikade singangcolanga kodwa abofakazi batshelwe ukuthi impahla zikamsolwa zasikade singcolile uthi cha impahla zakhe zasikade singangcolanga zasikade zibonisa njengomuntu osebenza endaweni ethize.
And it was also disputed that accused number 2 was given food. What is your comment?
Yes, I agree with that. He was given food during the process. It was early in the beginning, about maybe 8 o'clock in that morning. It was a meal for the prisoners. So they knocked, and then I went and fetched food for him, and then I gave him. I let him go through the food, and then when he was finished, it's then that we process, we continue with the statement.
Kuye kwashiwo futhi nokuthi umsolwa akazange anikwe ukudla. UKenneth uthi lokho angivumelani nakho. Mina into engiyaziyo ukuthi umsolwa uye wanikwa ukudla obekade kulethelwe iboshwa ekseni kuye kwakokodwa laphayana nganikwa lokuya kudla ngamnika ngamyeka akhululeke adle aqede ngemva kwalokho kulaye ukuthi siye saqhubeka ngestatement.
And what did the meal consist of?
It was buttered bread, buttered brown bread, and a tea.
Ukudla lokuyana kwakade kuyini uthi kwakade kuyisinkwa esi brown ebesikade sigcobiswe ibutter netiye.
What was the quantity of the bread?
It was 4 slices.
Sinkwa lesiyana sasikade singakanani uthi kwakade kungamaslayi amane.
Thank you, my lord. That is all.
Yes, Mr. Balo, is that the end of the evidence by...
Indeed, my lord.
Mr. Mnisi, you said there were things you wanted to take up. Which things are those? Hello?
I'm saying yes.
Yeah, what things are those?
I said there's no procedure that bars one when he wants to cross-examine.
Okay, cross-examine. Okay, cross-examine. Fine. Mr. Mgumezulu, do you want to cross-examine?
My lord, this is the witness for accused number 2.
Oh yeah, by the
I
way,
think Mr. Ramsey
you are
Piding
on
is-
the-
Yes.
Mr. Rapis, any
Yes,
cross-examination?
that's what I wanted to say, my lord, that it should actually start with Mr. Ramsey.
Okay, let's hear Mr. Ramusepe.
As it persisted, my lord, I would have thought by now my lord knows my surname very well. It's an easy to pronounce surname.
Yeah, it's more difficult than Mokwatling.
As the court pleases, my lord, I do have some questions for Colonel Rapadu. And I want to begin at the tail end. And also I noticed, my lord, we are closer to tea time, but I'll leave exactly at tea time. Colonel, you've just testified now that accused number 2, at the time he was brought to you, was fed, was given food. Is that your testimony?
Correct?
Uphane ngokufana nokuthi umsolo wesibini babeza kuwe uye wanikwa ukudla iqiniso lelo uthi yebo iqiniso.
Now, with my little understanding of police procedures, in order for the accused person to be fed, he must first be entered in the occurrence books of those of that police station. Is that not correct? So that they know that he's there.
It was known that he's with me. That is why the food was, and all the relevant entries supposed to have been made.
Colonel, very well said indeed, because I was coming to that. We were finished with a variety of occurrence books where accused 2 was held throughout his detention at various police stations. But we don't have the Morocco OB entry where it shows that accused number 2 was brought to you on the 19th of June 2020 at a specific time, and where he's entered into that book to show that you received him, you obtained a statement from him, and at a certain time then you handed him back to Jonathan, who brought him back to you.
That I do not know. I cannot tell whether the entries were made or not made.
I'm telling you as a fact. We've never received that. I'm not denying that it was made or not made, but as I'm standing here today, I've never had sight of that occurrence book?
I suggest relevant people have came to this court who's supposed to give you that evidence. I cannot, my lord.
Ulwazi lami onginalo ngalendlela esetshenzwa ngayo esiphoyiseni ukuthi umuntu uma ezonikwa ukudla kwamele yena kube ukuthi ufakiwe kwincwadi zesiphoyisa lezi ezibizwa phecelezi ama-occurrence book. La ukuthi umsolwa wesibili akazange abhalwe kwincwadi lezo. Uthi uKenneth wayekade kwazeka ukuthi unami umsolwa yingakho ewalethelwa ukudla. Ummeli uyaqhubeka uthi cha asinabo ubufakazi obuzile obubonisayo ukuthi umsolwa wayekade ebhaliwe kulezo incwadi. Uthi uKenneth ngiyathemba ukuthi abantu abathize noma mhlawumbe abekade bebhalile lapho bona baphane ngobufakazi lapha enkantolo.
Now, towards the tail end as well, you were speaking or testifying about whether or not the statement was read back to accused number 2, and you said that it was read back to him. Is that your testimony?
Correct.
Uma usoya ngasekugcineni uye wathi istatement lesi siyesafundelwa umsolwa wesibili iqiniso lelo uthi yebo iqiniso.
And then you mentioned something like he's got an elementary education, if I caught you well. Can you explain that for me?
Elementary education is the education where you can read and write. It's not the education where you become somebody certificated in line of maybe matric. He might not have the matric certificate, but he can read and write.
Imfundo le ngikhuluma ngayo uma ngithi umsolwa wayekade enayo yile mfundo yokuthi umuntu uyakwazi ukufunda nokubhala. Nangokho engazange abe nayo umatikuletsheni kodwa umuntu loyo ubonakala njengomuntu okwaziyo ukufunda nokubhala.
Did you ask accused number 2 up to which standard or grade of schooling did he go?
Yes, I did ask.
Uye wambuza umsolwa wesibili ukuthi ugcine phi esikolweni uthi yebo ngimuzile.
And what did he answer? What was his answer?
It was, I can't remember, it was a grade below the matric.
Uthi yena uye waphendula wathini uthi angisakhumbuli kodwa ungitshele ngaphansi ufunde ukuyofika ngaphansi komatikuletsheni.
And you also stated that you gave the statement to accused number 2 and he personally as well read it himself. Did I understand you correctly to say that?
It was after I interpreted it to him, and then I gave him to make sure that because I've spoken to the guy, that he got that education, but he can read and write. I gave him further the statement.
Uye wathi umsolwa uye wanikwa futhi leso statement ukuze asifunde naye uthi yebo bekungemva kokuthi mina ngangikade sengimtolikele izinto engizibhalile bese ngambona ukuthi yena uyakwazi ukufunda nokubhala kodwa ngingamnika leso statement ukuze asifunde ngokwakhe.
Now, accused number 2 has testified in this court that he is not the author or the source of the information contained in this statement, the annexure. And he testified further that if he wanted to write a confessional statement, he was going to write it in his own writing in isiZulu, because he understands isiZulu very well and he can write in isiZulu.
I will disagree with that. He's definitely the author of this.
Umsolwa yena ushilo ukuthi akusiyena umuntu obhale lesi statement futhi kube bekafuna ukwenza istatement asibhale wayekade ezosibhala ngesizulu ngoba uyakwazi ukubhala isizulu. uKenneth uyaphendula uthi mina angivumelani nalokho uyena umsolwa umuntu obhale lesi statement.
My Lord, is 11:18. Is it an opportune time to take the short adjournment?
15 minutes.
Yes, my lord. I'm told that the key will not unlock the cell, and they're struggling to open the cell door.
What?
The key to the cell won't open the cell door for some reason. I think it might be needing some Q20 or some oil, but they're still trying to open the cell door.
My lord, we've got a difficulty. The cell that we put the prisoner in, we can't get the cell open, so it seems it's a problem with that lock. We're trying our best to open it.
There's no other exit or entrance. Isn't it in here?
There's a cell 2 under that key. So we'll start with it now. I'm going to try to open it with a hangover. So we'll try to
So we put some dark over.
Let me ask for 10 minutes, Adjournment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are we ready? Yes, Mr. Ramsey.
If it may please the court, my lord, I mean, that's it. Now, Colonel, we were at that part where you now interpret the statement to accused number 2. You've read it back to him, you give it to him, he reads it, then he signs it. Is that your testimony?
That's correct.
Yebo ubufakazi bami ukuthi ngiye ngamtolikela umsolwa istatement futhi ngamfundela sona ngamnika sona naye wasifunda mayiqeda wasaya.
Now, just the one this other aspect, not the last one, this one aspect where you say your observation of the accused person, accused number 2 that was brought before you, he was clean, he was shining, he looked like he was working somewhere. Accused number 2 has testified in this court that since the arrest on 16 June 2020, he had never taken bath because his family didn't know where he was. He was only brought toiletries and given money to buy further toiletries by a Mr. Jack Buthelezi on the 13th of July 2020.
I will disagree with that. He was so jubilant and happy. I do not know what was happening with him.
I'm talking about clothing, I'm not talking about demeanor.
It's fine. The clothing was good.
Uyaphika futhi ukuthi wawukade impahla zakho zingekho kahle yena uthi wawungangconanga ngalelo langa futhi nawo wawukade ujabulile.
Now, your testimony is that as you are with accused number 2 in the room allocated for you to obtain the statement, you hear a knock and somebody brings food. At what stage during that statement taking, did you hear that knock? Had you already started with the pro forma, the main statement, or was this still during whatever you were doing with accused number 2?
It was still in the beginning.
Uthi ke uzwe sekukokodwa laphayana kunethwa ukudla kwakade kunini besisoqalile besisophakathi mhlawumbe akusichazisela ukuthi bekunini uthi bekusaqalwa.
And then you then take a break for accused number 2 to have his meal. That's your evidence. How long a break did you take?
It was almost like 30 to 40 minutes.
Ye wathatha ke ukhefu ukuthi umsolo wesibini adle uthathe ikhefu elingakanani uthi bekunemizuzu mhlawumbe engaye kwe-30 noma kwemizuzu eyi-40.
Now, this aspect of a break for accused number 2 to be fed of 30, 40 minutes, the knock at the door for accused number 2 to be brought food. Why did you not mention it in your initial testimony in this court?
I didn't see the relevancy of it.
Kungani ungazange ukhulume ngale ndaba yokuthi kuye kwagogodwa kulethwa ukudla komsolwa futhi nathatha nekhefu ukuthi umsolwa adle uthi abengaboni ukubaluleka kwakho ngaleso sikhathi ngiphana ngobufakazi?
And did you record anywhere that at some stage during your interaction with accused number 2, you were interrupted by somebody bringing a meal, you were interrupted by accused number 2 having a meal?
No, if you can see the time I took to take the statement, you are able to see that there was something that might have happened in between.
I was not present there, Kenneth. That will be my questions, my lord. As the court
Manje
proceeds.
kukhona la ubhale khona ukuthi
Yes, Mr.
umsolwa
Mnisi.
yena thatha isikhathi njengoba wayekade
Mr. Ngumalo.
elibele edla uthi cha akukho la ngibhale khona kodwa uma ubheka isikhathi ukuthi sibe naye umsolwa uzobona ukuthi ikhona into ekade yenzeka lapho.
Thank you, my lord. I have no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Mshololo.
No questions, my lord.
Any re-examination?
Nothing.
Yeah, me just for my edification, because there is, after the statements of confession is ruled to be admissible, the state still has to prove that this statement was actually indeed made by the person who is supposed to have made it. Are you with me, Captain?
Correct, my lord.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ngemva kokuthi kuthiwe lokuyagonyuluka kwakade kwenziwe umuntu kuyena obekade efisa ukugonyuluka kwamele abashushisi babonise ukuthi ngempela umsolwa okukhulunywa ngaye lo okubhalwe igama lakhe ukuthi uyena obekade egonyuluka lapho.
Yeah, just a few questions in observing that precept. Do you know anybody called Mutoko Zeseni?
I do not know him.
Mapisa?
I do not know him, my lord.
Sfiso Zungu?
I do not know him.
Carlos Butelezi?
I do not know him.
Okay.
Umthokoziseni uyamazi ukuthi cha. Umaphisa uyamazi ukuthi cha. uZungu uyamazi uthi cha, uthi uCarlos uyamazi uthi cha angibazi.
Nkani, a person called Nkani, do you know him?
No, my lord.
Unkani yena uyamazi uthi cha angimazi.
Njabulo,
No, my lord.
Unjabulo uyamazi uthi cha angimazi.
Lulama,
No, my lord.
Ululama yena uyamazi uthi cha angimazi inkosi enkantolo.
right. Before you took this statement from Mr. Danzi, did you know him?
I didn't know him, my lord.
Ngaphambi kokuthi uwenze uthathe lesi statement kusuka kumnumzana uNtanzi wawukade umazi na uthi cha bengingamazi.
And then, did you know where he worked?
No.
Bowazi ukuthi usebenzaphi uthi cha.
And where he stayed at 3125 Freedom Park, Phase 2, Rustenburg.
No, it's the information that I got from him. I do not know.
Nale ndawo la bekade ehlala khona e3125 Phase 2 eRustenburg ubokade ukwazi ukuthi cha bengingayazi ngizwe ngaye.
And his identification number? ID number.
He's the one that who gave me his ID number, my lord.
Inombolo yakhe yozaziso i-ID number uyazi kanjani uthi nginikwe uyena.
Okay, thank you. Any questions arising?
No questions. Sorry.
Any questions?
Sorry, madam, it's only one question arising from the court's question. Kenan, during the taking of the statement from accused number 2, were there any, before you wrote what you say accused number 2 told you, was there any stage where you asked for clarity before you write a statement? If something was not clear from what you were saying, did you at some stage ask for clarity?
No, because at the first line when he explained me, I didn't write. I wrote when I started to say, now I'm writing down everything that you're going to say.
Thank you.
Kukhona la ukuthi mhlawumbe uye wacela ukuthi akucacisele khona umsolwa uma ulindele ubhala uthi cha ngoba uma ekhuluma okokuqala angizange ngibhale. Ngingamlalela ngemva kwalokho ngamtshela ke ukuthi sengiyabhala ke manje kula ngiyengaqala ukubhala.
Okay, thank you. Kenan?
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
So court pleases, my lord, the state will request that the next witness, Colonel M.M. Mboto, be recalled. The witness is going to testify in respect of exhibit FF. Giving my colleagues copies of exhibit FF, which I also give to the court. We're sitting with the original of exhibit H of the previous witness. I think we'll just make a bundle of all the originals for the court.
Yeah, please. Yeah. Swear. Yeah, swear the witness in.
Language, your full names and surname.
Hlanganyelwa Moses Mboto.
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No, my lord.
If you so, do you then swear that the evidence that you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing else but the truth? If you do swear, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
Help me God.
Witness, son in my lord.
Colonel Mboto, you've already testified in the trial within a trial
Yes, my lord.
regarding Exhibit FF. Now, the court has ruled that the evidence regarding FF is admissible. If I can then ask you to go to paragraph 13 of Exhibit FF.
So uphane ngobufakazi kule nkantolo futhi inkantolo yona ithe lobo bufakazi buyavunyeleka. Ngizocela ukuthi uye ku paragraph 13.
Just to give some background, you've already testified, but just put that on record just to contextualize your evidence.
As the court pleases. Paragraph 13. Since it appears that the deponent is in his sound, sober senses, has not been unduly influenced to understand his rights as prescribed by Section 35 of the Constitution, freely and voluntarily wishes to make a statement, he is informed that he may now proceed.
Manje-ke la ku paragraph 13 ithi njengoba kubonakala ukuthi umuntu lo ozoyenza lesi statement yena ukhululekile manje-ke yena usekayacebiswa ngamalungelo wakhe ukuya ngomthetho sisekelo uyacebiswa ngamalungelo wakhe ukuya ngomthetho sisekelo futhi yena ukhululekile no ukuthi angayenza lesi statement yena manje sekangaqhubeka.
Yes. You can then go straight to the annexure, put the contents on record.
As the court pleases. On 2014, between September and October, it was Sabata, in bracket, which is Saturday. My friend Marco Buthelezi and Makimba Buthelezi entered the house and demanded cell phone, and they shot the now deceased. On that week, in that year, during the week, it was on Wednesday, I was at my place at hostel in Fostoras at Basutu section, and I received the call from my friends Marco Buthelezi and Makimba Buthelezi. Both were staying at Fostoras hostel, but Zulu section. The person who was calling me was Marco, but I heard on the background that he was with Makimba. I told them that I am present, and he said he is coming with Makimba. Paragraph 2. Few minutes, they arrived by Polo, white in color, and it was driven by Makimba. But the owner of the Polo is Marco. Both, they are from Kwanongoma in KZN. I just entered the car and sit at the back seat. Marco said to me, there is a job we need to do. I asked them what job, and Marco said they were hired by Kelly to kill Senzo. And I asked the suspect, which Kelly and which Senzo? The suspect said Kelly Kumalo and Senzo Meyiwa. They are the people we're talking about. paragraph 3, I asked them if they already charged the money, and they said yes. They charged 100,000, both Marco and Makimba charged for the killing. Marco was the one who was having dreadlocks, and Makimba was wearing the cap, red in color, and I was wearing the white cap. Those caps were wearing on Saturday, and the one with dreadlocks was wearing the hoodie, the wool hat. The accused remind me that in order not to mix the days, in brackets. Sometimes we drove, same time, we drove to the traditional healer, Mkulu, as we used to call him, and he is from Swaziland. This is the traditional healer we use to go to before we commit a crime. He is from Swaziland. Paragraph 5. The Inyanga stays at Katle home at Palm Ridge, and we entered there, 3 of us. Marco is the one who explained to the traditional healer, Mkulu, in brackets, that we want to check if we are going to succeed in doing this job. He further mentioned to Mkulu that we are going to kill Senzo Meyiwa, and we were bought or hired by Kelly Kumalo, who was the girlfriend to Senzo Meyiwa. Marco told us that Kelly won money from Senzo, but he never told Mkulu that. Mkulu, traditional healer, checked for us and said we are going to succeed to kill the said person. And he also gave us protection medicine and belts to put on the arms or at our waist, which was going to make us to succeed in killing him and to protect us from any danger. We paid Mkulu 50 rand for checking our job. When we finished the job, we decided that we must pay him 5,000. We must pay him Mkulu 5,000, and we left to the hostel, and they left me there to their places of residence. I sat at my place, and we never spoke till Saturday, in bracket Sabata. When I received the call from Marco, where he told me that we are going afternoon to the work which we were planning to do. They never told me the time, but they arrived at about 18 hours, and they took me by the very symbol. I was sitting at the back seat. Makimba was driving. The vehicle drove to the address for us, and the vehicle parked by the corner as Makimba was driving. While we were driving to the place, Marco received the call, and I heard Marco answering the phone and said, we are on the way, coming. In brackets, Sisendleleni. Paragraph 9. After dropping the call, he told us that Kelly is calling and want to know if we are coming. Then we alighted at the corner and we walked on foot to the house. And the firearm was with Marco. And he asked who was going to enter the house. We discussed that we will make us as if we are committing robbery. And the firearm was one and it was at Marco possession. Marco asked who was going to get in, and I tell them, no, me, I'm going to stand outside and watch if there is somebody who comes in and disturb us. I must quickly report. Marco and Makimba got into the house, and Marco was the only one who was in possession of the firearm. Number 11, they entered and closed the door and demanded cell phones. According to them, they said they found 3 people in the house. That was Meyiwa and 2 girls in the dining room. One of those 2 girls was Kaylee. They said Meyiwa refused with cell phone, and he stood and grabbed each other with Marco. Marco took out the firearm and shot at him. Kelly ran to the bedroom and came back while still pushing each other, and the sound of the firearm came out. As the result, Kelly ran back to the bedroom, and the shots came 2 times again, and they came out running, and we ran into the car, which was parked at the corner of the street. We drove to the hostel, and they said they never took anything, cell phone or man. Early in the morning, I received a call from Marco and said he was going to go and collect the money from Kaylee. At about 9 o'clock, I received the money from Marco, who told me that we have rewarded for our job. He gave me 30,000 for my share. We agreed, 3 of us, to go to give Mkulu 5,000 for his assistance in this job. Mkulu helped us to rinse ourselves with other medicine to remove the bad luck. 13, we came back to the room where they dropped me and they left. Nobody came to us or police. The story was quiet. I read that somebody is arrested in this case, and I know that it was the wrong person, and it took short time, and both of them were arrested for the crimes. The firearm that
For other crimes.
paragraph 14, for other crimes. Thank you, my lord. The firearm that was used, sold to Mtobi's stall from Umsinga in KZN, that is the firearm that was used to kill Senzo, which was owned by Marco Buthelezi. Makimbi Buthelezi were arrested at KZN, and Marco was killed by the police at Davidton during the arrest. They were arrested after 2 months. And then, after all the statements have been submitted and written down, my lord, I read back to the accused and make some rectification where it's supposed to. And
Yes,
then he
we'll
understood.
we'll get to that. Just give the interpreter a chance.
Nasi statement again. Statement ke sona sithi ngo-2014 phakathi kwenyanga kaSeptember no-October bekukade kuyisabatha umgqibelo umngani wami uMarco Buthelezi noMakimbi Buthelezi bayebeza endlini bona bacela ucingo badubula umufi ngalelo viki kulonyaka phakathi kweviki bekade kungoLesithathu uma beza ehosteli endaweni yami ePhumulong eBasuthwini section. Ngiye ngathola ucingo kusuka kubangani bami uMakho Buthelezi noMakhimbi Buthelezi bobabini bebakade behlala ePhumulong bebahlala eFosloras Hostel eZulu section. Lo muntu obekade engishayela ucingo kwakade kuMakho kodwa ngiye ngezwa emuva ukuthi uMakhimbi ubekade ekhona. Ngiye ngabatshela ukuthi ngikhona bona bathi bayeza weza noMakhimbi. Ngemva kwemizuzwana baye bafika ngepolo emhlophe ebekade ishayelwa uMakhimbi kodwa umnikazi waleyo polo kwakade kuMakho. Bobabini bona bebakade besuka kwaNongoma eNatal. Ngiye ngangena emotweni ngahlala emuva. uMakho wangazisa ukuthi kunomsebenzi okwamele siwenze. Ngababuza ukuthi omuphi umsebenzi obakade bekhuluma ngawo. Bathi baqashwe uKheli ukuthi kubulawe uSenzo. Ngabuza ukuthi omuphi uKheli obakhuluma ngaye nomuphi uSenzo. Kulaye ukuthi abasolwa bona baye bathi uKheli Khumalo noSenzo Meyiwa yilabo ebekade bekhuluma ngabo. Ngabuza ke ukuthi bese bashilo ukuthi kwamele bazokhokhelwa malini. Bathi yebo bona bese sebakhulume ukuthi bazokhokhelwa imali elingana no 100,000 imali ebekade izonikwa uMakho noMakhimbi ukuthi kubulawe. uMakho yena wayekade kuumuntu obekade enama dreadlocks. uMakhimbi yena wayekade efake ikepisi red, ikepisi elibomvu ngombala. Mina ngangikade ngifake ikepisi elimhlophe. Sasikade sifake lawo makepisi ngomgqibelo. Omunye lo bekade enama dreadlocks yana wayekade efake impahla eyewool eyikuthi umsolwa obekade and this ubekade engitshela ukuthi ngingahlanganisi amalanga. Saqhubeka ke sashayela imoto kuyiwa kumkhulu obekade simbiza kanjalo. Yena ubekade esuka eSwaziland. Lo mkhulu ubekade kuyinyanga ebekade sinokuya kuye ukumasiyo ngaphambi kokuthi siyoyenza amacala bekade ephuma eSwaziland. Lenyanga lena yayikade ihlala eKatlehong ePalm Ridge. Sangena ke kuye uMakho yena ke wachazisela inyanga umkhulu njengoba sasikade simbiza ukuthi asihlole ukuthi siyokwazi ukuthi siqhubeke na noma siyenze lo msebenzi wenzeke uma siya kulo msebenzi. Uphinde futhi yena wachazisela umkhulu ukuthi sasikade siyobulala uSenzo Meyiwa ukuthi sasikade siqashwe uKheli Khumalo obekade eyintombi yakhe uSenzo Meyiwa. uMakho waqhubeka futhi wachaza nokuthi uKheli Khumalo wayekade efuna imali kuSenzo kodwa akazange achazisele umkhulu okunye ukusuka lapho. Umkhulu inyanga leyana iye yahlola ke ukuthi sizokwazi ukuthi siqhubeke ngalo msebenzi lona. Yena ke uye washo ukuthi yebo sizokwazi ukuthi siqhubeke ngalo msebenzi futhi uzosinika ikhambi ebelikade lizosivikela ekwenzeni lo msebenzi ekwade bekwamele sigcobisele lo khambi ezandleni nasekhalweni. Futhi ke uye washo ukuthi sizokwazi ukuthi siwenze lo msebenzi wokuyobulala lo msebenzi uzoyenzeka futhi sizovikeleka. yena ke umkhulu siye samnika imali ebekade ilingana no 50 rand njengoba ebekade sikasihlolile. Ithema eqeda siye sathatha isinqumo sokuthi ngemva kokuthi siqede sizomnika imali elingana no 5000 rand. Siye sahamba ke saphuma lapho endaweni yakhe saphuma ke kuleyo ndawo yakhe la bekahlala khona. Ngahlala ke mina endaweni la bengihlala khona ngomgqibelo kufikela ngomgqibelo isabatha la ngengathola ucingo kumakho eyowangitshela ukuthi bekwamele ke manje sizilungiselele ukuya la kule ndawo ebesikade sikhulume ngawo. Abazange bangitshele isikhathi kodwa bona baye bafika ntambama uma ihora kwelesithupha la ngiye ngathathwa ngaleyo moto ebengikade ngiyichazile. Ngiye ngahlala emuva uMakhimbi bekade kuye obeshayela imoto. Imoto iye yahamba ke yaya eFosloras. Leyo moto leyo ifike iyapaka ekhoneni uMakhimbi wakade kuye oshayelayo. Ithema sashayela khona lapho uMakho uye wathola ucingo. Ngamuzwa uMakho aphendula ucingo athi sisendleleni. Ngemva kwalapho uMakho uye wasitshela ukuthi uKelly uyena lo bekade eshaya ucingo ngimtshele ukuthi sisendleleni siyeza. Ngemva kwalapho sahlika ke emotweni sahamba ngeinyawo ukuya kuleyo ndlu leyo. Isibhamu ebesikade sikhona sasikade siphethwe uMakho. Yena uye wabuza ukuthi ubani ozongena endlini. Siye sakhuluma ke ukuthi sizoyenza ingathi sibamba inkunzi. Isibhamu sasikade sisodwa sasikade siphethwe uMakho. uMakho ke yena wabuza ukuthi ubani ozongena phakathi endlini. Mina ngiye ngasho ukuthi ngizoma ngaphandle ngibheke ukuthi akunamuntu ozayo ozosithikazisa njengoba siyenza lo msebenzi ngokusheshsha. uMakho noMakhimbi bona baye bangena endlini. uMakho uyena obekade ephethe isibhamu. Baye bangena endlini bavala umnyango bafika bafuna ama cellphone. Ukuya ngabo baye bathi bathole abantu abathathu endlini kwakade kuMeyiwa nabantu besifazane ababini bebahleli edining room. Omunye wabo wakade kuKelly. Bona bathi uMeyiwa walile nge-cellphone. Yena uye wasukuma wabambana noMakho. uMakho uye wakhipha isibhamu wamdubula. uKelly wagijimela ebedroom wabuya while they were still wabuya bebalibele basasunduzana khona lapho. Bese ke isibhamu sadubula okwesibini. uKelly wagijimela futhi ebedroom la ukuthi isibhamu sadubula futhi kulabona baye baphuma begijima sagijimela emotweni lebekade ipake ekhoneni. Imoto yahamba ke yaya ehostel. Bathi abazange bathathe lutho. Abazange bathathe ama cellphone abathathanga nemali. Ekuseni ke ngiye ngathola ucingo elusuka kuMakho ebekade engazisa ukuthi bezoza bayolanda imali kuKelly khona lapho ekseni ngabo 9 ngiye ngathola imali ebekade isuka kumakho engitshele ukuthi sikhokheliwe njengoba siyenze umsebenzi. Banginikile imali elingana no 30,000 rand ebekade imali banginika yona ingxenye yami. Siye savumelana ubuthathu bethu ukuthi umkhulu sizomnika i5,000 rand.
Assistance.
Sizomnika i5,000 rand njengoba esizile kulomsebenzi. Umkhulu usisizile ukuthi sigeze ngeminye imithi ukususa lo bumnyama obukade busembethe. Siye sabuyela emuva erumini laba ebangishiya khona. Akuzange kube namuntu obekade eyazise amaphoyisa le ndaba lena njengoba siye savumelana ukuthi sithule. I had. Ngiye ngezwa ukuthi kunomuntu obekade eboshiwe kuleli cala. Bengikade ngazi ukuthi ababophanga umuntu okuyena oyenze leli cala. Ngemva it took time. Kuthathe isikhathi esifishane ukuthi bobabini baboshwe kwamanye amacala. Isibhamu lesi besikade sisetshenzisiwe esaka Mthobisi Sithole obekade ephuma eMsinga eKZN. Ileso sibhamu esisetshenzisiwe ukudubula uSenzo Meyiwa esiye besikade kuyisibhamu sakaMakho Buthelezi. uMakhimbi Buthelezi uye waboshwa eKwaZulu Natal. uMakho yena uye wabulawa amaphoyisa eDaveyton. Ngemva ngalesikhathi beza bambopha baboshwe ngemva kwenyanga ezimbili. Thank you, my lord. I have tried reading the difficult handwriting.
Yeah.
And nizwile bafethu into lebengizama ukuyifunda njengoba ibhalwe kanjani. As the court pleases and the accused also nods their heads to say they understood as I was reading the statement.
Yes, Mr. Pelou.
Thank you. Colonel, just explain the signatures there at the bottom.
As the court pleases, my lord, the signature is for the accused and his right thumbprint for each and every page.
Ake uchazeke ukusayina lapho uthi ukusayina okwamsola futhi nesithupha esakhe sesandla sekudla.
Next to that signature is my signature, my lord.
Bese phambi kwaleyo signature nami ngiye ngasayina.
Yes, and just read the last portion there.
Paragraph.
On the last page of the annexure.
I think the last page of the annexure, my lord.
Yes, the last paragraph.
That I never read. Observation.
No, the one that says the above statement.
Oh, that one is written on the annexure. The above statement was obtained by me from the suspect at Deep Kloof SAPS at 12 o'clock.
Lesi statement sona ngisithole kumsolwa esiphoyiseni sase Deep Kloof ngo-12 emini.
And not a mini, it was written as a mini, but it's 12 midnight, my lord.
Uthi kubhalwe u-12 okubonakala ku-12 wasemini kodwa istatement siyenziwe ngo-12 ebusuku.
If you look page 1.
Come again, my lord.
If you look at page 1 of Exhibit FF, the time at which you commenced, just place it on record. the time that you commenced taking down
As the court please, my lord,
the
I explained it.
documenting the proceedings?
Yes, I explained it in this court. It was 9:45 at night.
Manje ke ake uchaze isikhathi oqale ngaso ukuthatha lesi statement ukuthi bese semchazile enkantolo ukuthi kwakade ku10 ebusuku.
If I can then ask you to turn to paragraph 14 of the preamble.
As the court pleases, my lord. Paragraph 14, on completing the statement, it is read to the deponent. He is also given the opportunity of reading the statement himself and of changing the statement. He seems it necessary. Note down whether he also read through the statement. The suspect never read the statement himself, but only rectified the officer about the day when the cabs were wet by them on paragraph 3. My lord, he rectified details of the cab. Remember, they were met in 2 days. So he rectified that is when they were wearing those caps. Paragraph 14.2.
Yeah, just before the paragraph 3 of, when you refer to paragraph.
Paragraph 3. Paragraph 3 of the annex, my lord.
Yes.
Of the annex.
Yes, 14.2.
Has the statement been read back to the deponent by an interpreter? It was read back by the officer, which is myself, my lord. Paragraph 15, the following question are now put to the deponent. 15.1, are you satisfied that which you stated has been noted down correctly? Yes, I am satisfied, is answer from the accused. Paragraph 15.2, do you have any complaint as to the manner in which I took down the statement? The answer, no, I don't have any complaint. 15.3, are you satisfied with interpreter? Answer, I'm satisfied the way the officer translate to me. Place, the Kloof Police Station, date 2020 of 5:30. Time is 0000, my lord. And then signature.
Manje ke uma eqhubeka kuthiwa ake usifundele njengoba wawukade unomsolwa ukuthi niye nakhuluma kanjani ukuya ngalamaphepha. Kulamaphepha ke kuyashiwo ukuthi istatement siyesafundelwa umsolwana kuthiwa umsolwa asizange sifundelwe akazange afundelwe lesi statement kodwa akazange asifunde yena ngokwakhe kodwa uye wacela iphoyisa ukuthi lona aliyenze inguquko ezithize laphayana ku paragraph 3 iphoyisa uma lichaza lithi inguquko kulabe kade ekhuluma ngamakepisi ngalesikhathi ezebe echaza indaba yamakepisi ngoba ukhulume ngamakepisi ngamalanga amabili alandelelanayo. Statement lesi siyesafundelwa na umsolwa kuthiwa istatement sifundwe ilona iphoyisa. Mbuzo olandelayo wena weneselekile na ngalesi statement njengoba sibhalwe kanjalo uthi impendulo ebuye kumsolwa ithe yebo ngiyeneselekile. Manje unaso isikhalazo mhlawumbe ngalendlela ekuthi istatement sibhalwe ngaso impendulo ebuye kumsolwa ithe cha anginaso isikhalazo. Manje omunye olandelayo umbuzo uthe weneselekile futhi nangotoliki bese impendulo esuka kumsolwa yona iye yathi mina ngeneselekile ngalendlela iphoyisa lingichazisele istatement ngakhona futhi sasikade sibhalwe eDeep Kloof nge-30 zika May ku-2020 ngo-12 ebusuku.
Just for record purposes, whose statement have you just read out? Who was the deponent?
As the court pleases, the deponent is Mzika Ukulelwa, Stemba Sliya.
Esakabani lesi statement wawusanda ukusifunda manje? Statement esaka Muzi Kaukhulelwa Stemba Sibiya.
And you confirm the correctness of both the preamble and the annexure?
That's correct, my lord, I confirm.
Uyavuma ukuthi statement nalama phepha lamanye lawa kade etypiwe kuyiqiniso uthi yebo ngiyavuma ngosenkantolo.
So court, please, my lord, we request that the annexure, the statement itself, be handed up as exhibit FF in brackets 1.
Yes.
Thank you, that is all, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Mngumuzulu.
Sir, is that your evidence that the author of this statement was Muzi Kaukhulelwa Stemba Sibiya?
Yes, my lord.
Ubufakazi bakho ukuthi umuntu obhale lesi statement uMuzi Kaukhulelwa Stemba Sibiya uthi yebo iqiniso?
For record purpose and to, what makes you to say that he's the author of this statement?
Because he was with me, telling me the statement.
Yini into ekwenza ukuthi wena uthi the statement sibhalwe uyena uthi ngoba wayekade enami engitshela istatement leso?
So this statement was signed in front of you, in your presence, by Muzi Sibiya.
Yes, that's correct, my lord.
Lesi statement sisayinwe phambi kwakho, sisayinwa uMuzi Sibiya uthi yebo.
All right, I just want to clarify certain aspects on this. You are not the author of the statement, but you took the statement from Moses Sibiya. Is that so?
That's correct, my lord.
Uthi mina iqiniso angiyena umbhali walesi statement ngisithathe kuMuzi Sibiya.
This statement, according to paragraph 1, it relates to an incident that happened on Saturday. Do you agree? In terms of the statement. Do you want to go to paragraph 1?
Yes, my lord.
Please.
Yes, my lord. I was told like that.
Ukuya ngalesi statement siyenzakele sikhuluma ngento eyenzakele ngomgqibelo uthi yebo iqiniso.
Correct. This statement talks about 3 people. It talks about Muzi, Makimbi, and Marco. Correct?
In first paragraph, there are 3, my lord.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Le statement sikhuluma ngabantu abathathu, sikhuluma ngoMuzi, Marco noMakimbi. Uthi yebo kwi-paragraph yokuqala sikhuluma ngabantu abathathu.
This statement further confirms that Marco is the one who shot Senzo. Do you agree?
As it is written, my lord, yes.
Le statement siyasho futhi nokuthi uMarco uyena odumile uSenzo uyavuma uthi njengoba sibhalwe kanjalo.
And this statement further confirms that people that were inside the house were 3, 2 ladies and Senzo Meyiwa. Do you agree?
That is what I'm told.
Le statement futhi siyasho ukuthi abantu bekade bephakathi endlini bebakade bebathathu wakade kunabantu besifazane ababini no Senzo uthi njengoba ngangade ngitshela.
You were further told, as you say, the statement that accused, okay, Moses Sibiya, let me just put it, Moses Sibiya was not inside the house when Senzo was shot. Is that correct?
That is written down, I was told. It's correct.
Uthi futhi wena ushilo ukuthi umsolwa umuzi Sibiya wayekade engekho phakathi endlini ngalesikhathi uSenzo edutshulwa uthi yebo kubhalwe kanjalo iqiniso.
And this statement further says that this is a plan pretended to be a robbery. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Futhi lesi statement siyaqhubeka siphinda sithi lokhu kwakade kuhleliwe ingathi kwakade kuyobanjwa inkunzi iqiniso uthi yebo.
And this statement further said the firearm that was used to kill Senzo was sold to another person in KwaZulu-Natal. Is that so?
That's correct, my lord.
Uthi futhi lesi statement siyasho futhi ukuthi isibhamu esisetshenziswe ukubulala uSenzo siye sathengiselwa umuntu thizeni waseNatal kunjalo uthi yebo iqiniso.
And it further mentioned the amount that was shed and the amount that was paid to Inyanga, the 50 rand plus the 5,000 rand. Is that so?
That's correct.
Uthi futhi siyaphinda lesi statement sichaze nemali ukuthi iye yahlukaniswa imali futhi eye yakhokhelwa nakuyinyanga i-50 rand ne-5,000 uthi yebo iqiniso.
Plus, sorry, my lord, plus 80, plus another 30,000 to the accused.
Futhi siqhubeka sibhala ukuthi umsolwa uye wanikwa i-30,000.
And this statement further talks about Kelly Kumalo having contracted with these people mentioned in the statement to kill Senzo Meyiwa. Correct?
That's correct.
Uthi futhi le statement siyaphinda siyasho ukuthi uKelly Khumalo wayekade eqashe labantu laba ukuthi babulale uSenzo Meyiwa kunjalo uthi yebo iqiniso.
All right. Let's just pause it there. When you were taking this statement, at the time when Moses Biya was brought to you, during the course of taking the statement, were there any clarification questions that you asked Temba in relation to what he was saying according to you?
Yes, there are clarification questions.
Ngalesikhathi uthatha lesi statement sikhona isikhathi nala ukuthi kuye kwaba nemibuzo ebekade uyibuza umuzi ukucacisa okuthize uthi yebo ikhona imibuzo yokucacisa.
I just want you to take the court to that room where you were with Temba Sibiya when he was making the second statement. Okay. Those questions, can you give an example of the question that maybe clarify for you to write after satisfaction?
Like the question that I remember, I won't remember all of them because they are
Yes, just one question. If any
but one that I remember,
yes.
I asked him, how did he explain things that happened inside the house while he was outside? That's when starting to tell me, according to them, according to them. I remember that one. I asked him.
Ake ucacisele mhlawumbe umbuzo owodwa ouye wambuza wona ukuthi uze ucacise njengoba uthi kuyibuzo yokucacisa. Uthi ngiye ngambuza ukuthi waze njani izinto ezenzakele phakathi endlini njengoba ungitshela uthi kula umsolwa yena uye wathi ubuya ngabo ingakho ugcine sekabhala iphoyisa ukuthi umsolwa uthi ubuya ngabo bebamtshela buyayithi.
I applaud you, Colonel, for that question or for that clarification. And you know that it amounts to hearsay. Am I right?
That's correct.
Uthi ngikushayela izandla ngalokho Colonel kodwa uyazi ukuthi lokho kufakazi akusubufakazi obamkelekayo la enkantolo lokho kufakazi okubizwa phecelezi i-hearsay ukuthi uzwe amahebezi uthi yebo ngiyazi ukuthi lokho kufakazi kweyukuthi ngibuzwe kumuntu ethi.
Marco is no more, he's late, he's dead, he cannot come and give evidence. Do you agree?
That's correct, my lord.
uMarco akasaphili ngeke akwazi ukuthi eze ezophana ngokufakazi uthi uyavuma uthi yebo ngiyavuma.
Sorry, do you know the whereabouts of Makimbi? Do you
don't
know?
understand me.
Yes, you. Do you know? If you don't know, you are not forced to answer.
I don't know.
Thank you.
Uyazi ukuthi uMakingi uthi cha angikwazi.
So when you say, lastly, when you were referred to paragraph 14 of the annexure, maybe one or two questions before I rest. You were asked about the condition that accused number 1 was at the time he was making the statement.
I don't understand the question, my lord.
You were asked about the condition of accused of Chambers Beer when he was making that statement in reference to paragraph 14 of
Paragraph 14.
of the pro forma. Paragraph 14.
What I was asked, my lord, I want to get the
You
question.
were asked about the condition of accused of Chambers Beer in relation when you were taking the statement as to how was his demeanor. Remember?
I'm
Can you
lost,
please read?
I'm lost about
All
paragraph
right.
14.
Will you be able to read paragraph 14 there?
Thank
Which
you,
the
my lord.
state has asked me.
You're quoting the wrong paragraph. Say.
Is it 13?
No, you see when it talks about the demeanor,
No, my apology if it's...
it's where it says observation of the justice
Yes.
of the peace with regard to the deponent, clothing, appearance,
Oh.
attitude. That's why.
I
You're
beg your
referring to
pardon.
that.
I beg your, I'm referring to the paragraph, sorry.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
It's not paragraph 14.
No.
It's not even marked.
Yes.
What paragraph? It's just a conclusion. Observation of justice of peace with regard to the deponent. You are asking that?
Yes. You were asked about that.
Yes, I was.
Yes. Will you comment about his state of mind?
Yes, his clothing, mind, his attitude. He was very positive and he relaxed, freely, talking.
Manje ungakwazi ukuchaza ukuthi ingqondo umsolwa wayekade enjani uthi yebo umsolwa ubonakele njengomuntu wayekade ezimisele futhi wayekade ekhululekile ekhuluma.
All right. Sorry, but were you told that Chambers Beer was arrested on the same day? Were you informed before you took a statement that he was arrested on the same day?
No, I was not informed. Only him who told me when he was arrested, when I go through the pro forma.
Uye watshelwa na ukuthi uThembas Biya uboshwe ngalelo langa njengoba wakade uthatha istatement cha angitshelwanga uyena ongitshelile yena uqobo lwakhe ngalesikhathi bengikade ngithatha lesi statement.
My final question is, if you look at page 1 on the bottom of that statement, there's a thumbprint and the signature of the accused. Do you agree?
That's correct,
First
man.
page of.
That's correct, man.
Uthi yebo ngiyavuma ukuthi page 1 ukhona isithupha sakhe umsolwa nesignature.
Was it necessary to to let the deponent to sign the annexure, the last page? Was it necessary for him to sign the last page and to attach his thumbprint there? Was it necessary?
The last page, my lord,
Last page of the statement, of the annexure,
of the annexure.
where you,
Yes, it was necessary.
why do you say that? Why do you say that it was necessary?
Because it's his statement.
Thank you.
Bekubalekile na ukuthi umsolwa asayine ekugcineni kwestatement uthi yebo bekubalekile ukuzo ukuthi kungani uthi bekubalekile uthi ngoba bekuyistatement sakhe.
No further question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Ramsey, if it may please the court, my lord, I don't have any questions for the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Mnisi.
I don't have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mumalo.
My lord, I have no questions. Thank you.
Ms. Msholola,
No questions, my lord.
any re-examination?
Just perhaps one aspect, my lord. Mr. Mgomezulu asked you about the contents of the statement. For instance, you were asked, or it was put to you that Marco is dead and you can't give evidence. Do you know anything about what was said in the statement?
I don't understand which statement.
Yes.
Which statement?
Mr. Mgomezulu asked you questions about the contents of the statement. For instance, he put it to you that Marquay is dead and can't give evidence, and you said you agree. The question is, do you know anything about the contents of the statement?
That's where I'm getting lost again.
Yes.
Which statement?
Yes,
This
the
one
annexure.
or Marco's statement?
No, the annexure.
All right, what about it?
Were you just writing what accused
The
one was
accused
telling
one was
you?
telling
Do you
me.
know anything about his contents? Let's put it to you this way. Mr. Mgomezulu put it to you that Marco is dead and cannot give evidence. And you said you agree. The question is, do you know anything about the contents, what is said in the statement, what is contained in the statement? Or were you-
Myself?
yes,
Which statement? This one?
yes. The
I
annex,
know the contents of the statement. I'm the one who wrote it.
but you know the truthfulness thereof, or were you just writing
No,
what the accused was
no,
telling you?
no, I can't know. I can't know it.
Thank you.
Whether I'm told the truth or
Yes.
the lies,
Okay,
I can't know.
thank you. That is all.
Manje umnumzana uMngomezulu ubuzile ukuthi uMarco yena usekashonile ngeke akwazi ukuzophana ngobufakazi. Wena uyazi na ubuqiniso bakulelo statement, lesi statement esibhaliwe na uthi mina ngibhale njengoba ngangikade ngitshelwa, angazi ukuthi ngangitshelwa ayi iqiniso noma ngangikade ngitshelwa amanga.
Yeah, just a few elucidatory questions, because the state has to prove that it was indeed, the statement was indeed made by accused number one, meaning the contents thereof, you had them from him. Are you saying that?
That's correct, my lord. I get it from the accused.
What about his address? Did you know where he was staying before you met him on that particular day?
No, my lord. I just hear from him whatever address he gave.
And Umkhulu,
I didn't know about Mkhulu, my lord.
you
So
didn't even know Umkhulu.
No, I got it from the accused.
Okay. And the amounts
I got
payable or paid?
the money, I got it from the accused. The amount,
All these different names.
I got it from the accused, my lord.
Madimba, Marco. Do you know them personally?
No, my lord. I only saw the accused for the first time. And then he gave me those names.
Wawukade wazi na ukuthi umsolwa uhlala phi? Uthi cha ngangingazi, ikheli lakhe ngilaze ngitshelwa uye. Wawukade wazi lamagama lawo bekade ekhuluma ngawo oMakhimba nabanye uthi cha bangade ngingabazi ngizwe ngaye. Inkantolo iyambuza futhi nokuthi umkhulu waze kanjani ngomkhulu uthi ngiyaziswe uye nemali ukuthi bekade kuyokhokhelwa ngiyaziswe uye umsolwa ukuthi imalini ebekade ukhokhelwe umkhulu.
Okay. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, my lord.
Usekaqedile ke ngobufakazi bakhe.
As a court case, my lord, may we then adjourn to Monday? These are the only two witnesses that we
Yes,
had
sir.
lined up for today.
Okay.
Siyacela ukuthi icala lihleliselwe ngomsombuluko abufakazi ibona laba kuphela ababizile namhlanje.
Monday will be the 18th of March.
Okay, let's adjourn until Monday.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Asiza sokuqhubeka.